anybody? Do you think we need anybody down here?
What if she is our flight coordinator up at the instead of the microphone, or do you prefer to use that?
The mic works pretty good. I get in that rhythm, and then I get in between the raking. Love my radio voice.
I can also just help out with raking
if you want to take a broom and kind of or rake whatever, it would be faster if we had rakers. But it looks like there's 3 here. We have one.
And I was jumping.
You heard that somewhere? Yeah, that might be
That'd
useful.
Be great. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll take a broom.
That's perfect. Thank you.
I like watching the events, but doing it kind of getting hurt all the time. Doing it. I have an ACL that's been torn, so.
Oh, that's a lot of hammer.
Yes, it's not too great. Best event for it.
You like long jump better?
Not recently. I like high jump.
I do high jump.
I'm a multi-athlete, so I like high jump stuff.
You have an accent.
I'm from Norway.
Oh gosh, I had an exchange student from Norway, Ingrid Holmgren. She was from Norway in high school.
Yeah.
And she ran track, and she was such a great athlete. She was just a fun, so fun. I do not remember. It wasn't. I don't remember. I think we were from like a smaller town. My Norwegian geography is not so great.
No, mine neither.
But I thought your accent kind of sounded a little bit better. She was a really good high jumper too.
Nice.
But she got hurt with me. I was supposed to got hurt when she was over here, so she never got to do. She had a goal. But she was so fun. Had a good experience with her. Now she sends pictures of snow dogs, sled dogs, whatever you call them. Fun pictures from Norway.
She's probably from far up north, because we don't get that much where I'm living, and I live out Midwest.
Are you from what city are you from?
I'm quite close to Trondheim.
Solheim? Solheim? How do you spell?
Trondheim. It's like, that's like pretty much Midwest.
Are you on the coast? Most everything is on the coast, isn't it?
All the like major cities.
Very busy.
Yeah, of course.
and ready to go from the Pollard Athletic Center here in Grand Forks, North Dakota. Just getting ready to start the triple jump women's event here today. A few minutes away from that, the officials gathering with the athletes, just making sure they know how this event will go. Before we get into that, let's take a look at the overall team leaders from the track and field championships this weekend so far. And looking on the men's side through 5 scored events, you have SDSU in first with 61 points, USD right behind them with 59 points, NDSU in third with 41, St. Thomas at fourth with 20, and then Western Illinois, North Dakota, and Oral Roberts all in the single digits behind them. And those are the team scores so far through 5 scored events. And on the women's side, NDSU leading the way in team points with 54, USD at 46 in second place, North Dakota in third place with 41, South Dakota State fourth place with 31, Oral Roberts fifth place with 11, and St. Thomas, Western Illinois, and Omaha all with single digit points in the team scoreboard. So just starting with an overall view of how this event is going from the school overall standpoint. Let's take a recap of what we saw last year here in the jump events, or yesterday, I should say, in these jump events. Let's recap what the women did yesterday. Shalom Olotu from Oral Roberts took home first place for her school in the long jump event yesterday. Annie Wendt for South Dakota State came in second place, and Grace Emineth for North Dakota State rounds out the top 3 of the top performers from the long jump yesterday. And otherwise, the other final scores, Deja Moss in fourth for NDSU, Holly Gerberding in fifth for South Dakota, Elise Alseth for North Dakota in sixth, Jennifer Parent for North Dakota in seventh, Jody Lipp for North Dakota State, the defending champ from last year's long jump, finished in 8th, and Lauren Meyer, 9th from South Dakota. But we're getting ready to start today's triple jump event, and we're going to get underway. Annie Wendt is going to lead the way to start this event, and we're ready to go. Here's Annie's first try. We'll bring a white flag and she'll be recorded. So Annie Wendt leading the way, and here in this first flight of 2 flights, we'll have Deja Moss from North Dakota State up next, Maggie Olejnik from St. Thomas, Elise Alseth from North Dakota, McKenna Vollmer from North Dakota State, Mariana Lehrer from St. Thomas, Taranae Taylor from Western Illinois, Addison Eisenbeis for South Dakota State, Jessica Brugman for North Dakota State, and Sarah Austin for Oral Roberts. And Annie Wendt checks in with an 11.17 meter long jump. So Wendt setting the tone for this first flight. Here comes Deja Moss. This would be a promising one from Moss. We will await the score there. And how the long jump and triple jump events differ. If you're not too versed in these events, it's kind of in the name, but the long jump is just one long jump from the white line. The triple jump, they have to begin their first jump from behind the white line, and then they have 2 steps, 2 jumps after that first jump, and then the distance is recorded in the pit. So Deja Moss checks in with an 11.49. So she is in first place after that first one. Here comes Maggie Olejnik from St. Thomas. And Olejnik could not get a clean attempt, took an extra step and just could not get off on that first step. So it'll be a fault for Olejnik to start her event. And we'll have McKenna Vollmer next. It was Elise Alseth for North Dakota scheduled, but Vollmer will go instead. So we'll see what the situation is with Alseth. So here comes Vollmer for the Bison. a fault as well. So back-to-back faults from the athletes. And we'll see if Lehrer from St. Thomas will break that trend and get a third distance on the board. Lehrer coming into this with the 16th longest distance in the Summit League of the season. That looks to be a clean jump from Mariana, so we'll await the distance.
11:02.
After a couple faults, we have a distance getting on the board for Lehrer. And Lehrer checks in with an 11.02. So she gets on the board, but that is the lowest distance of the event so far. Still plenty of time for that to be topped as the lowest, but the important thing is just to get on the board here in this first run to set the tone for yourself. Excuse me. Now Tyrone Taylor could not get that third jump in, and she will fault to start for Western Illinois. So now another jackrabbit. Addison Eisenbeis up next. So we have Eisenbeis for the Jackrabbits, then Brugman from the Bison will follow her, and then Sarah Austin for the Golden Eagles will round out the last three of this first round. Here comes Eisenbeis. And Eisenbeis gets the white flag, so we'll wait on the distance on her attempt.
10.57.
10.57. 10.57.
So Eisenbeis checks in with a 10.57. So she is in fourth place with the lowest distance so far. Now Brugman for the Bison up next. And Brugman did fault. It looked like on her attempt that she couldn't quite get the first jump that she wanted. Did manage to leave the air and hit the pit, but just a fault on that first step. So Brugman gets an X for her first attempt. And Sarah Austin for Oral Roberts will round out the first round of Flight 1 here. Here's Austin. Looks to be clean. We'll wait on the flag, and the white flag is up. So Austin will get on the board here.
10:01.
10.01.
And Austin checks in with a 10.01, so that puts her in last place for now. But with that being said, we had 4 athletes fault, and Elise Alseth for North Dakota passed her first turn. So we'll see if she gets into the event at all, or if she won't be able to participate. Don't have any information on that yet, but Here comes Annie Wendt for round 2. And Wendt gets the white flag. Her first attempt was an 11.17, which currently has her in
10.94.
second place. And a 10.94 meter for Annie Wendt, so some regression from her first attempt, but still holds second place. Here comes Deja Moss, who currently sits in first on her second attempt.
Does that look better?
Yeah, you can't see it from here, but where I was sitting, I could see it.
You know, we just have to make sure that we pull from
That was to be a nice clean one from Moss. We'll see what the measurement comes in as. Again, Moss sitting in first with a 11.49 meter on her first attempt. Excuse me.
11:35.
And Moss comes in with an 11.35, so does not top her first attempt, but I mean, not that it matters, but the 11.35 is the second longest of the event so far, but she's already sitting in first place, so it doesn't mean much to her personally, but it is a good sign that she's off to a good start with some good distances. So now Olejnik for St. Thomas, up for her second try. Olejnik gets a jump off, gets a white flag on her second attempt. Her first attempt was a fault, so we'll see
10.88.
where her distance checks in as she'll get on the board. 10.88. And a 10.88 is what Olejnik checks in with. And that will sit her in fourth place so far, as we're about halfway into the second round. Now, Vollmer for the Bison. And Vollmer faults on that one. So Vollmer, in her first two tries, faults on each one and still has yet to get a distance up there. So Lehrer for St. Thomas will line up here, currently sitting in third place. And a reminder, you can follow these live stats by going to heroestiming.com, and there should be a link to the Summit League Championship live scores right on that front page, so you can go to heroestiming.com and follow along on the leaderboards. Here comes Lehrer. And Lehrer gets the white flag. Her first try, 11.02. Let's see if she improved her distance here.
10.70.
10.70.
And a 10.70 for Lehrer, so a decline in her score there. Now, Tyrone Taylor for Western Illinois faulted on her first try, but a chance to get a distance here. And Taylor gets the white flag on her second try. So after faulting the first time, she'll get something up on the board, and we'll see where she checks in at.
10.86.
Taylor comes in with a 10.86 meter. And that bumps her up to 5th place. So some pretty good improvement there for Taylor. Now Eisenbeis for the Jackrabbits. Gets a white flag again. Currently sitting at 10.57 from her first try, which has her in 6th place currently. And a 10.75 for Eisenbeis, so she does improve on her distance, but it will not move her up in the standings as Taylor is still ahead of her. So some personal improvement from Eisenbeis. But here comes Brinkman for the Bison, who faulted on her first run. And Brinkman faults again. So interesting development here. We have Vollmer and Brinkman, both from North Dakota State, have faulted on their first 2 tries. So they'll have some personal pressure to get a distance up on their 3rd try. But here comes Sarah Austin to round out round 2 of flight number 1. Here comes Austin. Austin currently with a 10.01 in last place as of the official scores, besides the fault. So currently in 7th. We'll see if she improves up the standings here based on that attempt. But that will round out the 2nd round, and Annie Wendt warming up for the Jackrabbits to begin the 3rd round, and Sarah Austin gets her distance clocked at 10.09, so slight improvement for Austin, but she will remain in 7th place. So here comes Annie Wendt, and Wendt currently holds 2nd place from her first attempt of 11.17. Wendt gets the white flag, so she'll get a distance on all 3 attempts. And to jump up into 1st place, she needs to beat Moss's mark of 11.49, so we'll see if she does that here. And 11.21, so some personal improvement for Wendt. Bumps up her 2nd place standing, but that will not move her up into 1st. So Deja Moss up next, currently sitting in 1st with 11.49, looking to improve her security blanket. And Moss gets that one clean with a white flag. While we wait for that, Maggie Olejnik warming up and getting ready for St. Thomas. Moss's 3rd attempt is 11.59, so some improvement for Moss and further securing her spot in 1st place, as that is the longest so far. Again, 11.59 for Deja Moss of the Bison. Still remaining the leader as Olejnik is up next. And Olejnik could not get that 3rd jump. Started a little too early on her first step, and that'll be a fault for Olejnik. So Olejnik finishes this first flight sitting in 4th place. And Alseth, who is in fourth, passes a third time, so Alseth will not get an attempt in for North Dakota. Now Vollmer for the Bison. And waiting on the flag, it's a white flag for Vollmer. So after faulting her first 2 tries,
11-13.
she will get a good jump off here on her third, and we'll wait to see the distance.
Is that the second?
She'll at least get into 8th place based on other athletes' lack of a distance on the scoreboard. So 11.13 for Vollmer, and that jumps her up into 3rd place. So a great recovery for Vollmer to get a distance on, and that distance bumps her up into the top 3. So now Lehrer for St. Thomas, who was in 3rd place, now bumped down to 4th with an 11.02. And again, the numbers I'm mentioning are by meters, so if you're, just to clarify the distances, if you are a little unfamiliar with the triple jump, just to stay consistent, I'm going off of the meter mark for their performances. So Lehrer up next.
It'd be nice to drag it. No, and it's such a small area too.
And Lehrer did get a jump off. We'll get the white flag, but it seemed like a little bit on that 3rd jump. Didn't quite get all of it that she wanted, just from this amateur viewpoint, a little bit further away. But Lehrer now will wait to see what she checks in at. Again, currently in 4th place with 11.02 meters. And a 10.49 for Mariana. So since her 11.02, she's had a decent decline in her last 2 attempts, but still remains in 4th as Tyrone Taylor for Western Illinois up next for her 3rd attempt. And Taylor will await her distance with the white flag. Started her jump behind the first white line, so a little bit longer distance as she started her jump than some of the other athletes have been doing. So we'll see what kind of result that produces for Taylor and the Leathernecks. And they do call a fault on Taylor, it appears. So Taylor finishes this flight with a 10.86, currently in 6th place. Here's Eisenbeis for the Jackrabbits. Eisenbeis checks in with an 11.00. So some nice improvement there by Eisenbeis, and she climbs up to 5th place based on that result. Now comes Brugman, who faulted in her first 2 tries, but looking to get a distance up here on her 3rd. Brugman faults again, so 3 faults from Brugman, unable to get a distance recorded in flight 1, and that is going to end her event. Again, this is flight 1. We have the last attempt here for flight 1 for Sarah Austin and Oral Roberts. Austin currently in 8th place with a 10.09. We'll have Flight 2 starting shortly after this. And then once Flight 2 finishes up, the top 9 distances of either flights and all athletes in today's event will advance to the finals, where they'll have 3 more tries to determine the final standings. But here is Austin to complete Flight 1. And Austin draws the white flag.
10:09 again. 10:09.
So Austin anxiously awaits her score here. She'll need some decent improvement, and it's 10.09 again for Sarah Austin. So that will keep her in 8th place, but it was a huge jump to try and leap into 7th, as Taylor has some nice separation with a 10.86. So a 10.09 to 10.86 is a huge mark to try to catch up to from 9th place. So after Flight 1, we'll take a look at the live standings so far before we get ready for Flight 2. In 1st place, we have Deja Moss with an 11.59. Annie Wendt in 2nd, 11.21. McKenna Vollmer, 3rd place, 11.13. Mariana Lehrer in 4th place with 11.02. Addison Eisenbeis in 5th place with an 11.0. Maggie Olejnik in 6th place with a 10.88. Tyrone Taylor in 7th place with a 10.86. And Sarah Austin in 8th place with a 10.09. Failing to record a distance is Jessica Brugman, who faulted on all 3 attempts. And Elise Alseth has passed her attempts, as she did not participate in the first flight. So with that, it'll be about 14 minutes or so until flight number 2 will begin. So we'll take a break here on the live stream, at least on the audio side. You'll still be able to watch these athletes warming up, but keep in mind these are just warm-ups, so if you're watching without audio, just know that the second flight has not begun yet. But we'll be back shortly to get you ready for Flight 2 and continue the women's triple jump event here at the Summit League Indoor Track and Field Championships in Grand Forks, North Dakota. right, and we're back live here with the women triple jump event from the Summit League Indoor Championships here in Grand Forks. Getting ready for flight number 2 to begin here in a couple minutes. This is where we have a lot of participants that are among the top in the Summit League and some of the returners from last year's event who were in the finals. So we'll see who separates here. As of right now, we do have a top 8, but there is a spot to be had in that 9th spot with a couple athletes failing to register a score in that first flight. Did get an update on Elise Hulseth, who did not participate since she's kind of newer to the triple jump style of track and just didn't feel comfortable competing today with some uncomfortable aspects that she had. So with that, she did not register a distance, and then Jessica Brugman in that first flight did not register a distance through 3 faults. So we're getting ready here for flight 2. We will have double check our flight list here. We have 10 participants for flight 2. As of right now, what I have penciled in, I'll confirm once we get the official list on the scoreboard, but we have Jennifer Parent leading the way for North Dakota to start the flight. Then Lauren Meyer from South Dakota, Renee Brummels from South Dakota, Jody Lipp, the defending champion from North Dakota State from last year, Alyssa Melvin from North Dakota State, Shalom Olotu from Oral Roberts, Cameron Brinkman from South Dakota State, Grace Emineth from North Dakota State, Autumn Stokes from North Dakota, and Amaka Ezukama from Oral Roberts. Those will be the 10 participants here in Flight 2 in order of their turns. The athletes currently just meeting with an official right now just to get the rundown of how this flight will go. Just making sure they're familiar with the rules and the procedures of this event. Let's take a rewind back to last year's finals in this event in the Summit League Championships. Jody Lipp, I mentioned, is the defending champion, but 2 of the top 3 participants, Western Illinois, had Amelia Peterson and Allie Scott last year in the top 3 of the event, but those are both seniors. So now there's a couple open spots here in the conference to have a new top 3. You have Deja Moss, who was 4th place last year in the Summit League Championships, currently sits in 1st place. And Grace Emineth behind her in 5th in last year's conference championships. And she'll be in this flight. Jennifer Parent, Lauren Meyer, Ezukama are the other athletes who were in the finals last year that will be participating in Flight 2. But in Flight 1, you had Deja Moss, Annie Wendt, and Addison Eisenbeis, and Tyrone Taylor, all in Flight 1 who were in the finals last year. So the athletes are looking to get ready to go, get lined up. We're going to start things off with Jennifer Parent for North Dakota. And as a reminder, as we go through the events today, we have streams for pretty much every area of this building. We have an overall track stream of all the events, but we have separate streams for some of the jumps and throw events and field events as well. So you can go to the Summit League Championship website, find the link for live video, and you can follow along with all of the live streams we have going on this weekend. It was a fun day of events yesterday, and another fun day ahead here on the 2nd day of the Summit League Championships. So thank you everyone for tuning in to our live stream, live from the Pollard Athletics Center here in Grand Forks, North Dakota. And we're about ready to get underway. Jennifer Parent for North Dakota will start flight number 2. That attempt seems promising for Parent. We'll see what she checks in at to set the tone for the distances of this flight.
11.53.
11.53.
And as far as the season best in the Summit League, Jennifer Parent is tied for the third longest distance of the season with 11.70, tied with Grace Emineth from the Bison. So we'll see if Parent comes in close to her season best mark. And Parent clocks in with an 11.53, and that's going to get her into second place. So a very good start for Parent to start right away towards the top of the standings. So only trailing Deja Moss of North Dakota State with that 11.53 mark. Here's Lauren Meyer for the Coyotes. And Meyer draws white flag, so we'll await the distance for Meyer.
11.24.
11.24.
Meyer has the 8th longest distance in the Summit League this season with an 11.52, and she will check in with an 11.24 here, and that is going to put her in third place. So already here in Flight 2, we have a new second place mark and a new third place mark. So flight number 2 definitely asserting their authority here in the standings early, as we have Renee Brummels now. And Brummels is going to catch a red flag and an X on her first attempt. So Brummels failing to get a distance on. And as of the first couple of results, Sarah Austin from Oral Roberts has been bumped out of the top 9 for finals consideration. So now Tyrone Taylor for the Leathernecks sitting in 9th place and now waits to see if she will hang on. So now Jody Lipp, the defending triple jump and long jump champion from last year's indoor championships, will go next. And Lipp will fault as she catches the red flag. So the defending champion will have to wait till her second try to get a distance on. So Brummels and Lipp each fault. Parent and Meyer get a distance on the board to hop into the top 3 so far. Alyssa Melvin now for the Bison is up, and Melvin has the season-long mark of 11.97 in the conference, which she achieved just a couple weeks ago at the Iowa State Classic. So here's Melvin. That one will be recorded with the white flag, and we'll see where she checks in at.
11.91.
Melvin obviously is the season leader.
11.91.
Has a lot of potential in this event today. $11.91 for Alyssa Melvin, and that is by far going to jump her into first place ahead of Deja Moss. So an impressive mark there for Melvin, just a few off of her 11.97 mark of the season. So definitely a great start for Melvin, as we have Shalom Alotu now. And Alotu looks to recover with a white flag off of her first jump. Took kind of a quick second and third step, but able to get it off. We'll wait on the distance. Alotu had a great day yesterday, winning first place in the long jump event. And Alotu clocks in today with an 11.86. That will shoot her up to second place. So Alotu having a great weekend here in the jump events. Taking home the crown in long jump yesterday and in good position to fight for first place today with a mark already that is good enough for second place. So now Cameron Brinkman for the Jackrabbits up next. And Brinkman will get that one.
11-1-6.
Get a white flag on that one.
11-1-6.
Brinkman coming in with the ninth longest distance in the conference at 11.51. And comes in with an 11.16 here. That's good enough for 7th place. So another mark has been bumped off the top 9 here in Flight 2. Now Grace Emineth for the Bison. So we have Grace, Autumn, and Amika rounding out the last 3 participants in Flight 2 here in round 1. And Emineth gets a good one there. Gets the white flag and waits her measurement.
11-6-3.
Emineth on the season is tied with Jennifer Parent, as mentioned earlier, with the 3rd longest distance of 11.70. And an 11.63 for Emineth is good for 3rd place. So Emineth starts the first round of her day, jumping up into 3rd place. So flight number 2 really having some much different results and disrupting the standings. Here's Autumn Stokes for North Dakota. Stokes catches the white flag.
11-07.
Stokes has the 6th longest mark in the conference this year with 11.56, accomplished about a month ago at the UND Open. And an 11.07 for Autumn Stokes. That is 10th place, I believe, so just shy of the top 9. Now Azukama will round out the first round of Flight 2 for Oral Roberts. And Azukama will get a distance on. This will be the last measurement of round 1.
11-4-3.
And once we get this measurement, we will take a look at the live standings after this round of Flight 2. And 11.43 for Azukama. That's a nice first try, and it bumps her into 6th place. So now Jennifer is up to start round 2. And we're getting right into her try, so once she finishes her attempt, we'll update the standings for you. All right, Parent will get a distance on. Let's take a look at the standings. We have Alyssa Melvin in first place currently, Shalom Alotu in 2nd, Grace Emineth in 3rd, Deja Moss in 4th, Parent for North Dakota, who just went in 5th, Azukama in 6th, Meyer in 7th, Annie Wendt in 8th, and Cameron Brinkman in 9th. Jennifer Parent registers an 11.52 on that attempt. So about the same as her first attempt of 11.53. Won't change her spot in the standings. Now Lauren Meyer up for the Coyotes. An 11.24 in her first try. And will fault on her second try. So Meyer unable to improve or get a better score from her first attempt with that fault. Now her teammate from South Dakota, Renee Brummel's up next. So Brummel's faulted on her first try, looking to get on the board here. And Brummel's will get a distance here, bouncing back from her first attempt. 11-3-3. And Brummel's with an 11-3-3. That has her in 7th place. So she does jump into 7th place on that attempt. Now Jody Lipp. Lipp faulted on her first try. This one will count, and we'll see what it comes in at. A 12.03 for Jody Lipp, and that is a Summit League best on the season. An excellent job there by Jody Lipp, and at 12.03, as I just mentioned, that tops Alyssa Melvin's season-long best of 11.97. So that is going to be a hard mark for anyone to overcome. Here comes Alyssa Melvin. And her teammate follows that up with another impressive jump. Melvin was the conference leader coming into that last attempt by Lipp. What a way to respond by Lipp. You fault on your first try and then set a conference best distance in your second try. Now Melvin with a 12.02. So Alyssa Melvin improves her season best. What an impressive performance by the Bison teammates. Lipp and Melvin just 0.01 shy of each other, but those are both new marks that we haven't seen in the Summit League this season. So now Shalom Alotu trying to follow that up. She's been bumped down to 3rd place. And Alotu gets the white flag, and we'll wait on her distance.
11-8-4.
And 11.84 for Alotu. That is still a very, very impressive distance for her, but it will keep her in 3rd place, while Lipp and Melvin have season best marks that jump them into the top 2. Now Cameron Brinkman for South Dakota State up next. And Brinkman will get the red flag and will not have a distance recorded on her second try. So now Grace Emeneth had an 11.63 on her first try, sitting in 4th place for the Bison. Grace currently sits in 4th place, gets the white flag. We'll see what this one come in as. Definitely has that potential to jump Shalom Olotu. And 11.84 for Emineth. And that's just shy of Olotu. It's going to keep Emineth in 4th place. But that is a nice mark for Emineth. Now Autumn Stokes for North Dakota on deck. Here comes Stokes. And Stokes will get a measurement here. Go back to Shalom Olotu. Came into today with the 7th longest mark of 11.53 in the conference. And Olotu has had her best performance of the year, clocking in at 11.86, 11.84 in her first tries, shattering her mark for her career best on the season. And Emineth also clocked in with a season best distance, was 11.7, tied with Jennifer Parent for 3rd. And for Emineth, that 11.84 is her best of the season. So now Ezukama up. And to go back to Stokes, she clocked in at a 10.87 on her 2nd try. So no improvement from her first attempt. Ezukama sits in 7th place and will finish round 2 of flight 2. And Ezukama comes in at 11.2. So does not improve her stance, but now we're ready for round 3. Jennifer Parent. 11.53 is her mark, currently in 6th place. Looking to climb up the mark, up the board. Jennifer will get the white flag, and we'll wait to see what she comes in at. First attempt was 11.53, 2nd attempt 11.52, so about the same. And her 3rd attempt 11.37, so Jennifer Parent will remain in 6th place for the moment. Now comes Lauren Meyer for the Coyotes, sitting at 11.24 in 9th place. And Meyer comes in at 11.38, so bumps her up the standings to 8th place. So she does find some improvement, climbs up to 8th. So as of now, Renee Brummels sits in 9th place, and she is up next. So Brummels will try to get out of that window of potentially being knocked out of the top 9. Brummels gets the white flag. We'll wait to see if she improves her standing in 9th place or remains in that spot. And we'll have to wait to see her fate, to see if she moves on to the finals. And at 11.14 for Brummels, so she will remain in 9th place for the moment. Jody Lipp up next As I mentioned, her second try, a 12.03. That is the longest in the Summit League this year. And the crowd likes that attempt. Let's see what Lip comes in at. Her teammate, Alyssa Melvin, up next with a 12.02 in her last try, which is the second longest mark we've seen in the Summit League this year. And Lip with a 12.21 mark. Jody Lip absolutely shattering those season bests of the Summit League. Had a new best at 12.03, now at 12.21, and Jody Lip in great position to defend her championship today. Now Alyssa Melvin. Melvin currently in second place. Now a distant second, thanks to Jody Lip, bumping up her spot even more to 12.21. And a 12.11 for Alyssa Melvin. So she improves her mark. How about that? Jody Lip and Alyssa Melvin, in their last tries, their last 4 attempts, have posted the top 4 best in the Summit League all season in one day in one event. So now Shalom Alotu in third with an 11.86. Now looks like a promising jump from Alotu. We'll see if she climbs up into that 12 mark.
Here we go, Cameron.
11.72.
11.72. 11.72. Back, Cam.
And an 11.72 meter attempt for Alotu, so she does not improve her best of 11.86, but she's still in third place, so still very good positioning for the long jump champion in Alotu from yesterday. So Cameron Brinkman for the Jackrabbits now up. Brinkman trying to get a distance that bumps her into the top 9 here. Currently in 11th. Brinkman gets the white flag, so now it's just a matter of seeing if she will get into 9th place. Brinkman needs an 11.33 to jump into that top 9. So we wait for Brinkman's measurement here. And it's 11.46 for Cameron Brinkman. That jumps her up into 7th place. So with Brinkman jumping up into 7th, Renee Brummels has been knocked out of the top 9. And now Lauren Meyer sitting in 9th place. Now Grace Emineth. Another good attempt from Emineth there, currently in 4th place with an 11.84. Trying to at least jump Alotu to get into that top 3. Here's Autumn Stokes for North Dakota. Now needs to top Lauren Meyer's mark of 11.38. And a 12.0 for Grace Emineth. That jumps her into 3rd place. So the Bison dominating the top 3 with Lip, Melvin, and Emineth so far. How about this performance from North Dakota State, just shattering those season best marks of the Summit League all season. Now here's Stokes. Stokes is going to need an 11.38 to bump Meyer out of there. So Meyer
10:68.
waiting patiently. And if Stokes doesn't reach that mark, then Meyer in 9th place will have a spot in the final. And Stokes with a 10.68 does not jump into the top 9. And now with Ezukama up. With Ezukama up, she is in 8th place, and that solidifies the top 9. We'll get you the exact standings there. But Ezukama, the final attempt here in Flight 2, is looking to improve her standing from 8th place into the final round. And Ezukama jumps her score up to 11.62. That bumps her up into 5th place. So some improvement from Ezukama. And how about today's events from North Dakota State? They are in the top 3. Jody Lipp, Alyssa Melvin, and Grace Emeneth, all with, let's count them, 5 marks total between all of them at 12 or above meters. Those are the 5 best marks in the Summit League all season, and they all happened here in today's event. So now we'll look to see the final standings, and as it stands right now, before we get official confirmation, Jody Lipp in 1st place, Alyssa Melvin in 2nd, Grace Emeneth in 3rd, Shalom Alotu in 4th, Amaka Ezukama in 5th, Deja Moss in 6th, Jennifer Parent in 7th, Cameron Brinkman in 8th, and Lauren Meyer in 9th place. So the Bison having the top 3 distances, and along with Deja Moss, have 4 athletes in the final round. And while we await the official standings and get things started for the final, we'll take a break of a few minutes, and we'll come back with the official order and get ready to determine a champion in the Triple Jump Championships live here in Grand Forks. And we're back live in Grand Forks, Pollard Athletics Center. Summit League 2022 Indoor Track and Field Championships in the triple jump women's event. We have the final list and the top 9 officials, so we will let you know how the final heat will go. We have, as far as the standings, from 1st to 9th, we have Jody Lipp, North Dakota State, Alyssa Melvin, North Dakota State, Grace Emineth, North Dakota State, Shalom Alotu, Oral Roberts, Amaka Ezukama, Oral Roberts, Deja Moss, North Dakota State, Jennifer Parent, North Dakota, Cameron Brinkman, South Dakota State, and Lauren Meyer from South Dakota. So the final rounds, each athlete will have 3 jumps, 3 rounds, and the top distances from the whole event after those 3 rounds will determine the champion and the final standings. So the final will go in reverse order of the top 9 standings. So Meyer will lead the way, then Brinkman, Parent, Moss, Ezukama, Olotu, Emineth, Melvin, and Lipp. And just a recap of the first couple flights. NDSU dominating this event so far. We have Lipp, who registered a 12.21 in first place. That is by far the longest mark of the Summit League season in the whole year. Alyssa Melvin came in with a 12.11. That is the second longest mark in the Summit League now. And Grace Emineth on her 3rd try finished flight 2 with a 12.00, which is now the 3rd longest mark in the Summit League. And the impressive thing about all of that is these athletes, especially Melvin and Lipp, I believe, also had marks above 12 meters in another attempt. So Melvin and Lipp definitely having a great day, but NDSU overall in prime position to bring home a champion. But we have a final heat. We have 3 more tries from all of these athletes, so nothing certain, and someone can step up and snatch that championship. So we have about 12 minutes left on the warm-up clock, but they're asking the athletes to see if they are ready to start sooner. But we will take a break here for a few minutes, and we will come back live here shortly when we're ready to go and ready to determine a women's triple jump Summit League champion here in Grand Forks.
Are you good? All right.
And it looks like we're getting ready to go here for the final heat of the Summit League Women's Triple Jump Championship. The athletes getting warmed up. Lauren Meyer will start things off for South Dakota. So in this final round, again, in the order of participation, we'll have Lauren Meyer starting things off, followed by Cameron Brinkman, South Dakota State, Jennifer Parent from North Dakota, Deja Moss for North Dakota State, Amaka Ezukama for Oral Roberts, Shalom Alotu for Oral Roberts, Grace Emaneth from North Dakota State, Alyssa Melvin from North Dakota State, and Jody Lip also for the Bison, rounding out the 9 participants here in this final heat. And after 3 rounds, we will know who will be crowned the women's triple jump champion. Some important notes here. Jody Lip, the defending champion, back in the finals this year for North Dakota State. Shalom Alotu took home the long jump championship yesterday, looking to make it a sweep and take home the triple jump here today. Currently in 4th place. And we're getting ready to get started here. And Lauren is officially up and ready to go. And here we go with the final of the triple jump. And Lauren starts things off with a fault. So she will not get a new distance on the board and will remain in 9th place.
Keep it tight, let's go!
So Cameron Brinkman for the Jackrabbits. Up next. Brinkman draws the white flag and will get a distance measured. We'll see if it improves her standing from 8th place. As I mentioned last year in the Summit League Championships, 2 of the top 3 from Western Illinois were seniors and no longer in this event. So Jody Lip has a chance to defend her title, but there will be 2 new athletes in that top 3 this year. So we'll see some much different results from last year's event. Now Parent. Parent gets the white flag. We'll see where she checks in at.
11:44, 11:44.
Also for Brinkman, I apologize. I did not update her score, but she had an 11.29 on that first attempt here. So did not improve her standing there. As Parent comes in with an 11.44, that's going to keep her in 7th place. So after the first 3, no change in the standings. Now Deja Moss for the Bison. And Moss looks like she thought she faulted. The white flag was raised at first, but she'll draw a red flag. A little bit of a conversation as to whether that'll count or not, but it is a fault for Moss. So now Ezukama up for Oral Roberts. And we'll have some extra noise in this area as the high jump is also going on right next to us. So maybe a little bit hard to hear at times, but always love some nice background noise of the crowd. So now Ezukama for Oral Roberts, currently in 5th place. And Ezukama gets that one off clean.
11:34 on Maka. 11:34.
And Ezukama comes in with an 11.34. That will not change her standing. So far, standings holding tight. Heading into the final 4 of the first round of the finals. Now Shalom Alotu, currently in 4th place. Alotu gets a white flag.
11:31.
11:31. 11:31.
Again, as a side mark, Alotu having a great weekend. Won the long jump yesterday. Also today with an 11.86 that she sits at. It's her longest of the season. So just a great weekend for Alotu and Oral Roberts. This attempt, she comes in at 11.31. So does not change her spot. Standings holding strong. Emineth, Melvin, and Lip up next, and they still remain in the top 3. Here's Emineth. And Emineth does get a white flag. It looked like
11:06.
wasn't exactly the initial hop that she wanted out of that, but she will get the white flag, and doesn't seem like it'll improve her best distance today, but still good to get a distance on the board. And that is a big difference from her best of 12.0. This one comes in at 11.06. So a steep decline from her best mark. Now Melvin with a 12.11 meter mark, currently in 2nd place. That looks like a promising jump from Melvin. We'll wait to see the distance. 0.10 meters away from her teammate Jody Lip in 1st place. She'll need a 12.22 to jump into 1st place. And Melvin comes in with an 11.92, so it does not change her standing. And Lip up next in 1st place, and she holds on to 1st place, at least through this 1st round. So now just a chance to further break those season-long Summit League records. Currently at a 12.21. And Lip comes in with a 12.21, so matches her season-long best mark on her 1st attempt in the finals, and she is just feeling it today. An impressive, incredible performance by Lip so far. Just continuing to have her best day of the season. And really an all-time career day for Lip. Now Lauren Meyer ready to go to start round 2. after faulting on her first attempt, will get one on the board here, and we'll see if it's longer
11:25 for Lauren.
than her best mark of 11.38.
Moving back, yes.
And Meyer comes in with an 11.25, so does not improve her mark of 11.38. Still remaining in 9th place. Cameron Brinkman up next for the Jackrabbits. Here's Brinkman. That one seems like it has potential to improve her mark.
11:55. 11:55. Cameron, 11:55.
And I think if I heard it correctly, it's an 11.55, so Brinkman jumps up into 7th place. So a good attempt there as that bumps Brinkman. So now Jenna Parent. Parent currently in 8th place. And Parent, off of that attempt, 11.40, does not improve her standing there. Deja Moss, currently in 6th place. We'll see how that one goes.
Six, 7, 11:67.
So 11.67 for Deja Moss. That jumps her up into 5th place. Nice job there by Moss. .67, excuse me. I believe I said 11.57, but 11.67 for Deja Moss, jumping her up into 5th place. So Ezukama or Oral Roberts gets the white flag. We'll wait to see what she checks in with. Ezukama still in 6th place off of that attempt. So now Olotu, currently in 4th. That's going to be a clean one for Olotu. Get some cheers on the side, and we'll see if that one improves her standing. And 11.78 for Olotu, which does not improve her standing, so still a respectable distance there. It is still the 4th longest distance. And Grace Emeneth in 3rd place for the Bison. Gets the white flag there, currently at a 12.0, trying to bump up and potentially pass her teammate Alyssa Melvin. 11.50. Emeneth comes in with an 11.50 meter attempt there. So now Alyssa Melvin in her 2nd attempt. Melvin trying to get the crowd involved, starting some claps for her. Comes Melvin. It's another good attempt for her. We'll see where that clocks in at. Currently at a 12.11, needs to pass Jody Lipp in 1st, who has a 12.21 that she's reached twice today. Still with a comfortable hold on 1st place, but we'll see what Melvin comes in at after that attempt. Melvin with an 11.87, so it will keep Jody Lipp in 1st place through the 2nd round as she gets ready for her 2nd attempt here. Now Jody. Now waiting the distance for Jody Lipp. I believe I heard 12.09. 12.09 indeed for Jody Lipp. So does not surpass her 12.21 mark, but Jody Lipp, again, just keeps shattering those season-long marks that we've seen in the Summit League in this event. So now we're starting round 3. Lauren Meyer up. Meyer sitting in 9th place still. So still waiting the distance on Lauren Meyer, and it comes in at 11.56. So Meyer jumps up to 7th place. Nice last try by Meyer to jump up into 7th. And that now bumps Jennifer Parent into 9th place. So Cameron Brinkman also now in 8th place. She gets bumped down. Now some pressure towards the bottom of the standings here. Here's Brinkman. Brinkman will get the white flag there. So now we'll see. Brinkman needs a distance above 11.56 to jump over Meyer and climb up the standings. Currently at 11.55. And 11.71 for Cameron Brinkman. Brinkman jumps up to 5th place now And we're seeing these standings change here in the third round. Jennifer Parent up next for North Dakota, currently in 9th place. So Parent needs a nice final run here to jump up the standings and get some points for North Dakota in the overall event.
Jennifer, 11:54.
So waiting on the distance from Parent. Like I said, still in 9th place. And at an 11.54, Parent is going to finish in 9th place. So Parent, her day is done. Did not top, she did top her mark of 11.53. But 11.54, it's not going to be enough to move her up beyond 9th place. Now Deja Moss for the Bison. Currently in 6th place. Now awaiting a distance for Moss.
11:87.
11.87 for Deja Moss. That jumps her up into 4th place. So Deja Moss at an 11.87, now in 4th, and North Dakota State has all of the top 4 spots, just dominating this event. Now comes Ezukama, and just did not get the jumps that she needed, and faults without a try to get into the pit. So now Olotu, the last chance for someone to disrupt North Dakota State in that top 4. Olotu needs a mark of 11.87 or better, or excuse me, 11.88 or better to jump over Moss and disrupt North Dakota State's position of all of the top 4 spots in this event. Here's a low 2. Coach seems to like that jump. We'll see what it comes in at. A low 2 at least has 5th place locked down. Now it's just a matter of if she's able to climb into 4th or better.
12:27 for Shalom.
And a 12.27 for Shalom Olotu. Shalom Olotu has snatched 1st place with a 12.27. What a final run by Olotu, the champion of long jump yesterday. And Shalom Olotu has flipped the script, and now there's pressure for the last 3 competitors. Jody Lipp has been dethroned and put into 2nd place. So now Grace Emineth. Emineth in 4th place. We'll see what she gets on that try. But that is an impressive jump by Olotu to shatter what she's done today. Jump into 1st place and have the inside track and potentially winning today and yesterday's long jump event. Shalom Olotu with a 12.27 on that last attempt. And Emineth comes in at an 11.77. So now Melvin and Lipp are up. Olotu now guaranteed a top 3 finish, but there is pressure on Melvin and Lip to see if they can dethrone Olotu, who has snatched that top spot. So here comes Melvin. Melvin draws the white flag, so now the suspense. See what she comes in at.
12:07.
Has third place locked down, but we'll see if she can jump into second or first place. And a 12.07 from Melvin. So Melvin stays in third place. So now it's Jody Lip, the defending champion for the Bison. Bumped down to second place by Olotu, and the pressure and suspense all depends on this final run. Here's Jody Lip. And on that attempt, Jody Lip, the white flag is, it's a fault for Jody Lip, so Shalom Olotu has taken home the championship in the triple jump. And that means Shalom sweeps yesterday's long jump and today's triple jump. An impressive performance by Shalom Olotu to snatch the championship and top spot away from Jody Lip. What a day in this triple jump, where we saw the season-long best of the Summit League absolutely shattered, 6 or 7 marks beyond 12 meters. Jody Lip had the inside track in the dominant performance today, but Shalom Olotu just feeling it this weekend, and she steals the triple jump championship in that final round. What a weekend for Oral Roberts and Olotu. Let's look at the top final standings after that final round. The top 3, Shalom Olotu, followed by Jody Lip and Alyssa Melvin of North Dakota State each. 4th place, Grace Emineth from the Bison. 5th place, Deja Moss from the Bison. Cameron Brinkman from South Dakota State in 6th. Amaka Ezukama in 7th. Lauren Meyer in 8th. And Jennifer Parent for North Dakota finishing in 9th place. Tell you what, that final round, just so exciting to watch. All credit to Shalom Olotu of Oral Roberts. And also credit to North Dakota State. They had a dominant event today up until that final round, but they had 4 of the top 5 spots in that final standing. So we'll take a look here momentarily and see where the team points will work out to go here after that. So Olotu brings 10 team points for Oral Roberts. And then the Bison, with 4 athletes in the top 5, will bring home 23 total points for their team event. So the Bison still come away with a very good performance today. And then Brinkman for South Dakota State brings home 3 points. Azukama brings in a couple more points for Oral Roberts, and Lauren Meyer brings in 1 more point for South Dakota in the overall team event. What a fun start to the triple jump competitions today for the women. As we get ready for the men's event to start here, not too long from now, we'll take a break. But again, to recap today, the top 3 in your women's triple jump. Shalom Olotu takes home first place, snatching that top mark at 12.27 from Jody Lip to win the championship today. Jody Lip in second place with 12.21, and Alyssa Melvin third place with 12.11. Thanks for joining us for the women's triple jump. Stick around here. In about a half hour or so, we'll get started with the men's triple jump, and we'll continue those events here live from Grand Forks at the Pollard Athletics Center. Thanks for joining us, and we'll be back soon to bring you the men's triple jump.
think I could get our shop to build one of these? Help me lift this up. I gotta move it back to the fireboard. the table still?
Ladies and gentlemen, during the position of the podium for the results from the women's mile run. In third place, the University of South Dakota, Jaden. In second place, North Dakota State University, Anderson. And in first place, from South Dakota State University, Katie Peterson, with a time of 4 minutes, 49 seconds, 1 by 5.
And we're back live on the stream from Grand Forks, North Dakota. Just providing an update here. We have the timer for the men's triple jump to begin in about 22 minutes. Could be a little bit less than that, but the athletes currently warming up on the track, doing some practice runs. So it'll be another 20 minutes or so, around 1:50, when we'll get started with the men's triple jump event. And again, if you missed it earlier with the women's triple jump, an exciting finish where Jody Lipp was dominating for North Dakota State, providing a bunch of season best marks, but Shalom Olotu snatched the championship in first place in the final round of the final heat and took home the championship for Oral Roberts. So Shalom Olotu for Oral Roberts taking first place, Jody Lipp for North Dakota State in second place, and Alyssa Melvin in third place to round out those top three. Let's take a look at the overall team standings of the event, of the weekend's event so far. Heading into the men's triple jump, here are the team leaders for the men's events through 6 scored events so far this weekend. South Dakota in first place with 81 points. South Dakota State in second with 61 points. North Dakota State with 49 points in third place. St. Thomas with 21.5 points. North Dakota with 10 points. Western Illinois in sixth with 6 points. And Oral Roberts in seventh with 4.5 points. Those are the overall scores of the championship of 6 scored events through the men's side. And on the women's side, North Dakota State leading the way by far with 90 team points of the track and field championships through 7 scored events. South Dakota in second place with 56. South Dakota State with 46 in third place. North Dakota in fourth with 41 points. Oral Roberts in fifth with 26 points, and then a steep decline from 6 through 8 as St. Thomas, Western Illinois, and Omaha with 5, 4, and 3 respectively. So we'll have about 20 minutes or so to go until the men's triple jump gets started. So hang tight there. We will begin a little later than scheduled, but we will begin the men's triple jump around 1:50, and we will bring you the action here live on the web stream. In the meantime, we got some other events on the track going on right now, so feel free to switch over to those live streams. And to find all the live streams, you can go to the Summit League website, click on Championship, Indoor Track and Field, and you scroll down to watch live video, and it'll bring you to our main menu of all the streams. So definitely, while we're waiting to get started here, check out the other broadcasts we have going on. And just a fun day so far, and it's going to get even better as the day goes on as we wrap up day 2 of the Indoor Summit League Track and Field Championships, live from the Pollard Athletic Center here in Grand Forks, North Dakota.
12 minutes yet, so.
Yep, okay.
A little bit. All of a sudden, they're all done. We start early?
Yeah, because we're already late, so.
And we're back live with more coverage of the jump events from the Summit League Indoor Track and Field Championships here in Grand Forks. Getting ready to get started here as the athletes are ready to go a few minutes ahead of schedule. And the official is going to meet with them just to make sure they know the rundown. Let's run through the order of participants and how this event will go. We'll start things off with Cote Dearborn from North Dakota State, then Sage Hagan from South Dakota, Kemuel Sloan from Oral Roberts, Jacob Jenkins from South Dakota, Will Hansen from St. Thomas, Brandon Lewis from North Dakota State, Isaiah Hopp from St. Thomas, Jack Durst from South Dakota, Joshua Tabla from Oral Roberts, Jaden Green from South Dakota, Trey Manning from South Dakota State, and Tristan Hanna from South Dakota State. So 12 participants in only one flight. So the other jump events yesterday and today, we've had 2 flights. Today's men's triple jump will only have 1 flight. And from there, the top 9 will advance to a final flight. So just 1 flight, 12 participants. And from there, we'll get our top 9 to go through the final rounds. Let's backtrack to yesterday in the men's long jump. Brandon Lewis took home the crown in first place for North Dakota State in the long jump yesterday. Trey Manning right behind him in second place. And Isaiah Hopp from St. Thomas leaped his way into the top 3 and finished with 7 meters to take third place for St. Thomas in the long jump yesterday. So Brandon Lewis will look to have a good performance here today, potentially take both jump events. Earlier in the women's long jump, we saw Shalom Alotu take first place. So Alotu for Oral Roberts took the long jump and triple jump of the weekend's events. So a great performance by Alotu to dethrone Jody Lipp in both those events. And the officials have met. Players are gathering in a unified huddle just to prepare for this event. And we're going to get going here. So bear with us momentarily while we wait for the event to begin. All right. Cote is officially up. Cote Dearborn from North Dakota State. And we're ready to go to begin the men's triple jump event. Here's Cote. We'll get a white flag on his first attempt. We'll see what the first measurement of the event will be. Next up is going to be Sage Hagan from South Dakota. Cote Deborn starts things off with a 12.95. Deborn comes into this with a 14.20 best of the season. Now Sage Hagan up for South Dakota. And they correct that distance for Deborn to 12.95. Measurement for Hagan. It's me a 13.49 for Sage Hagan. So a nice job on the first one. Hagan comes into this event with the second longest mark of the year in the Summit League at 14.66. So much higher than his first try there, but here comes Kemuel Sloan for Oral Roberts up next. To be a promising jump from Sloan. White flag is up. We'll wait the distance for Kemiel Sloan. Sloan checks in with a 14.03, so he's taking first place off of that mark. So a lot of variance in the first three distances. We have Sloan in first, Hagan in second, Deborn in third so far. Very early though. Here's Jenkins for South Dakota with a promising jump there. His teammates like it. Let's see what that distance comes in as.
14.21.
14.21. 14.21.
So a 14.21 for Jacob Jenkins. So for the fourth time in a row, we've got a distance that has taken first place. See if Hansen keeps that energy going. Here's Hansen for St. Thomas. You will get a distance on the board with a white flag raised. Hansen coming in with the 11th longest mark of the season at 13.24. She achieved a few weeks ago at the Gopher Classic. Hansen logs a 13.61 to jump into third place early on. Here comes Brandon Lewis for North Dakota State, the winner of the long jump event yesterday. Lewis will have a good attempt there. Lewis also the defending champion from last year's
14-18.
triple jump
14-1-8.
event.
And we're moving the cone.
In last year's event, Lewis took first, Jacob Jenkins took second, Joshua Tabla third for Oral Roberts in the 2021 events. We'll see what Lewis clocks in at here. This will be a 14.18. That's good enough for second place early on in this first round. Now Isaiah Hopp up, took third place in the long jump event yesterday. Isaiah Hopp unable to get a jump off there, so the first fault of this round. Looking at Brandon Lewis on the season, his longest triple jump has been 13.64, so already passing that mark today with that 14.18 he just registered. Now Jack Durst up for South Dakota. Now Jack Durst.
Whichever one's closest to it. That's it.
And Durst checks in with a 13.51. That's good for fifth place. So now Joshua Tabla from Oral Roberts. Here's Tabla, who took third place in last year's event. Going to be a fault for Tabla, so his first attempt will not count, will not have a distance to it. Now Jaden Green, the 10th athlete here from South Dakota. Green has a season-long of 14.25, good enough for sixth in the Summit League. See if he can improve on that here today.
Top three finishers from the men's 400 dash. Please report the podium, please.
Hold on, just hold on. Oh,
So Green gets the white flag on that one. We'll see what that measures as. So 13.56 for Jaden Green. That bumps him up to fifth place. and bumps his teammate Jack Durst down to 6th. So now Trey Manning, one of 2 Jackrabbits on deck. Manning does not have a season-long listed on the event, so appears to be new to the triple jump. We'll see how he does here today. Here's Manning, and will be a fault. He jumped ahead of that second white line. So Manning will fail his first attempt. So Tristan Hanna on deck and up for the Jackrabbits, and after him we'll be finished with round 1 of the only preliminary flight of this event. Again, the top 9 from these 12 in this flight will advance to the finals. So now it's Tristan Hanna. Hanna appears to have a clean jump out of that one. He does with the white flag. Let's see what Tristan Hanna checks in at. So through that first flight, we have 3 athletes who faulted. So we do have a top 9, but Hanna will determine what that top 9 looks like after the first round once we get his measurement. And it's a 13.52 for Tristan Hanna, good for 6th place. So let's take a look at the standings after round 1. We have Jacob Jenkins for South Dakota in 1st, Brandon Lewis, North Dakota State in 2nd, Kemiel Sloan, Oral Roberts in 3rd, Will Hansen for St. Thomas in 4th, Jaden Green 5th for South Dakota, Tristan Hanna 6th for South Dakota State, Jack Durst in 7th for South Dakota, Sage Hagan in 8th for South Dakota, and Cote Deborn in 9th for North Dakota State. The other 3 athletes have faulted their first try. So those are the top 9 after round 1. And here we go with Cote Deborn to get things started here in round 2. So we await the measurement for Deborn. My apologies, I've been mispronouncing or misspelled Cote's last name, so it's D-Bomb. Cote D-Bomb, not Born. That is the announcer's mistake. But D-Bomb now has a 13.24. That bumps him into 9th place. Or actually keeps him in 9th place. Correction. So now Sage Hagan for the Coyotes. Looking to improve on his 13.49. That currently has him in 8th place. That looks promising for Hagan. And white flag is up. See what Hagan measures in at on that second try. Again, sitting in 8th place for South Dakota. Meanwhile, Kemuel Sloan for Oral Roberts, ready to go behind him. And Hagan comes in with a 13.84. That bumps him up to 4th place. So a nice rebound on that second attempt to climb up into 4th. So here's Kemuel Sloan on his second attempt. Sloan getting the crowd going a little bit. Looks to be a promising one from Sloan, currently in 3rd place with a mark of 14.03.
14:31.
Sloan checks in at a 14.31. That jumps Sloan up into 1st place. So an excellent job there by Sloan. So Sloan takes over the top spot. Jenkins now bumped into 2nd place. Jenkins, the season-long leader in the Summit League, sitting in 2nd, and a chance to snatch that spot right back from Sloan here. Waiting on the measurement for Jenkins. Jenkins comes in with a 14.69, so he swiftly takes back that top spot. Jenkins back in 1st place. Again with 14.69 on that attempt, bumping Kemuel Sloan back down to 2nd. So now Will Hansen for St. Thomas, currently in 5th place at a 13.61 on his first attempt. And he could not get that 3rd jump off the ground in time, so Hansen will get a fault on his second attempt and will stay at 13.61, which keeps him in 5th place. Now Brandon Lewis up for the Bison. Lewis in 3rd place with 14.18. And it looks like Lewis is going to pass his turn. So we'll see if he comes back for a 3rd try, but Lewis will pass his second attempt. So we'll go right to Isaiah Hopp for St. Thomas. And that one is going to be another fault for Hopp. So faults on both of his attempts, and only has one more chance to get a distance recorded for a chance in the finals. So now Jack Durst up for South Dakota. Well, they're measuring here, not quite sure what they're measuring. If Hopp indeed got a jump off. Not quite sure. I'm still waiting to see if a score pops up or a distance pops up. So it is still a fault for Hop. Not sure what they were measuring, just making sure the field looks correct, I guess. But Jack Durst, nonetheless, is up at a 13.51. And he'll get that jump off. Waiting on a flag to confirm. White flag is up. Durst will wait to see what that distance comes in at. Durst currently in 8th place. And it looks like Brandon Lewis for North Dakota State is walking towards the trainers area, I believe. He looks to be mostly okay, but I think he's just going to try to walk it off, maybe get a third attempt, but Durst comes in with a 13.30 on that attempt. We have Josh Tabla up for the Golden Eagles. So here's Tabla. Tabla will catch a fault on that attempt. So Tabla still without a measurement through his first 2 tries. Now Jaden Green up for the Coyotes. Currently sitting at a 13.56, which is good for 6th place at the moment.
Now the results of the men's 60-meter dash. In 3rd place from South Dakota State University, Daniel.
Here comes Green. And Green, South Dakota teammates like that one. We'll see what it comes in at as the white flag is raised for a measurement. Green checks in with a 13.62, so some improvement on his last attempt. And that'll bump him up 1 spot to 5th place. So some nice improvement from Green to knock him up a spot. Trey Manning is ready to go. Faulted on his first attempt, but here he is on his second. Trey Manning gets the white flag. He'll get a measurement here. Seems promising. Let's see what that comes in at. 14:03. Again, Manning doesn't, at least on the list that I have, he doesn't have a measurement on the season for the Summit League. But let's see. Manning comes in with a 14.03. That bumps him up to 4th place. Nice job there by Manning. An impressive jump to get him above 14 and into 4th. So now his teammate Tristan Hanna follows him up. Hanna sitting in 8th place with a 13.52 on his first try. And Hanna's coach likes that one. We'll see what Hanna comes in with. White flag is up.
14-0-0.
Tristan Hanna, 5th in the season as far as the total or best distance in the Summit League at 14.36. He comes in on that jump with a 14 flat. So at a 14.0, Hanna now takes 5th place. And that's going to wrap up the second round. So now the third and final round of the initial flights. And this third round will determine who is going to the final in that top 9. Deborn currently in 10th place. Needs a good jump here to jump into that top 9. Otherwise, his event is over. And Cote could not get that third jump off, so he faults. And sitting at 10th place, he will not get into the top 9, so Cote D-Bomb's event is over, unfortunately. So now it's Sage Hagan for South Dakota at 13.84. Sage sitting in 6th place. He's dropped down a couple of spots since his last run. Sage trying to get the crowd going. He's getting himself hyped up here. And Sage could not get that third jump off. So Sage faults and he'll remain in 6th place for the moment. I wonder if there's such a thing as pumping yourself up too much, but Hagan finishes the initial flight with a 13.84. Kemuel Sloan for Oral Roberts next up. Sloan in 2nd place right now with a 14.31 meter jump. Sloan has improved. His first run 14.03. Second run 14.31. Let's see if he can keep that trend going and potentially jump into first place ahead of Jacob Jenkins. It's a nice one from Sloan. Will it count? It will. White flag is up. Let's see what that measurement comes in at.
14.03. 14.03.
We've got it. We can't be pulling all that sand to the side.
To jump Jacob Jenkins in the standings for the top spot, he will need something longer than 14.69. Sloan picks up a 14.03, so the same as his first run. It will not improve his top scores. So Jacob Jenkins is up for South Dakota, currently in first place, looking to maybe provide some distance with a better score here. Jenkins draws the white flag on that jump. We'll wait to see if he has something longer than 14.69 to provide a little bit of distance at that top spot.
1471. 1471.
A 14.71 for Jenkins, so he does improve his first place standing by 0.02 meters. So Jenkins tops himself, has a firm grasp for the moment on first place at 14.71. Now Will Hansen up. Hansen sitting in 8th place, the 13.61 meter. Faulted on his second attempt. He appears to have a jump here. He does. White flag is up. Let's see where that comes in at. You're sitting in 8th place. You definitely want to improve a little bit and give yourself a cushion to protect yourself from those outside of the top 9. So Hansen with a 13.38 does not improve his best there. But now next up is Brandon Lewis for North Dakota State. So he passed his second attempt. So Brandon is back. He's back on the track here, back ready to improve on his 14.18, which has him currently in 3rd place. Again, Lewis, the defending champion from last year's event. And it's going to be a fault for Lewis. Red flag is up, so Lewis will not improve, but he is in 3rd place. So still in a comfortable position to move on to the final. So is Isaiah Hop is supposed to be up next, but it looks like he's being passed. And Jack instead is up for South Dakota. So now Isaiah Hop passing attorney. Hop faulted on his first 2 attempts. So we skip Hop, and here comes Durst, who is currently in 9th place. And he will fault as well. So Durst will remain in 9th place for the moment. So now Tabla up for Oral Roberts, has yet to put a distance on by faulting his first 2 tries, but on this 3rd try here, he has a chance to give one last push and try to jump his way into that final 9. Now here comes Josh Tabla, looking to get himself in that top 9 here. Tabla will get a jump off. So now it's just a matter of if it's good enough and better than Jack Durst's mark of 13.51. That's the mark he needs to beat if he wants to move on to the final. And Durst also waiting with held breath just to see if he will get jumped. Tabla comes in at 13.59. That's 9th place. And that will knock Jack Durst out of the top 9. So Tabla does a good job to get himself into finals consideration for the moment. The only person he has to worry about now is Tristan Hanna, who will go last in this flight. But now it's Jaden Green for South Dakota. So Jaden Green awaiting a measurement there, currently in 7th place. I heard 14. 14 flat, 14.0 for Jaden Green. That bumps him up into 5th place, excuse me. Definitely not 1st place, but definitely gets him up to 5th place. So Trey Manning now. Manning sitting in 4th place at the moment. And it'll be a fault for Trey Manning, just a little far on that first jump. So Tristan Hanna up next to wrap up the initial flight in the 3rd round of this flight. And I made a mistake, so I said that Tabla would have to wait on Hanna. Hanna has a 14.0, so Tabla is solidified in that top 9 thanks to his run a few turns ago. So now Hanna looking to improve on his 6th place standing here. Hanna starting from way back. So we'll wait the measurement for Tristan Hanna. So Hanna logs a 13.92. That bumps him up, or that keeps him actually in 5th place. So now that the initial flight is done, we will get the athletes lined up and figure out the top 9. Let's look at the top 9 after those runs. We have Jacob Jenkins in 1st, Kemuel Sloan in 2nd, Brandon Lewis in 3rd, Trey Manning in 4th, Tristan Hanna in 5th, Jaden Green in 6th, Sage Hagan in 7th, Will Hansen in 8th, and Josh Tabla in 9th. That'll be your top 9. Moving on to the finals, and we'll take a break here in a couple minutes, and we'll get you ready for the finals where we will determine the champion of the men's triple jump event. And we're back live from the Pollard Athletics Center here in Grand Forks, North Dakota for the men's triple jump final of the 2022 Summit League Indoor Track and Field Championships. So we have the final order. It will go in reverse of the top 9 standings, but the top 9 is Jacob Jenkins in first with a 14.71 meter. Kemuel Sloan in second with a 14.31. Brandon Lewis in third with a 14.18. Trey Manning in fourth with a 14.03. Tristan Hanna in fifth with a 14.00 flat. Jaden Green in sixth, also with a 14.00. Sage Hagan in seventh with a 13.84. Will Hansen in eighth with a 13.61. And Josh Tabla in ninth with a 13.59. So the finals are set. The athletes will go in order from the lowest to the highest mark. So the order that I just read to you will be reversed as far as the tries in the final event. So Tabla will lead things off, followed by Hansen, Hagan, Green, Hanna, Manning, Lewis, Sloan, and Jenkins. On the timer, we have about 7 minutes to go to allow the athletes a few minutes to get ready for the final rounds. So in the meantime, we will take another quick break here on the live stream, but stick around because in about 5 minutes or so, we'll be back. And we'll be ready to see who will become the men's triple jump champion here in the Summit League Championships. And we're back live, and the clock has been stopped, so we're ready to get through warm-ups. And we're ready to get started here in a minute or so to start the final rounds of the men's triple jump championship. Again, the order of the athletes from the lowest mark to the highest mark will go Josh Tabla from Oral Roberts starting things off, followed by Will Hansen from St. Thomas, then Sage Hagan from South Dakota, Jaden Green from South Dakota, Tristan Hanna from South Dakota State, Trey Manning from South Dakota State, and then Brandon Lewis from North Dakota State, Kemiel Sloan from Oral Roberts, and Jacob Jenkins, who sits in first, will go last from South Dakota. Brandon Lewis in this final round, the reigning champion from last year's triple jump event. The long jump event yesterday, Brandon Lewis took that one home. So on the women's side, we saw Shalom Alotu sweep the long jump and triple jump events this weekend earlier. We'll see if Brandon Lewis potentially does that here. Not only defending his title last year, but taking the long jump and triple jump crowns here today. Just to put it on your radar, just in case we run across it, the triple jump record for the Summit League is 16.02 meters, which happened a couple years ago in 2019 by Jaden Purnell from Oral Roberts. So that is a mark to keep your eye on at a 16.02. So far, the athletes aren't too close to that. The highest is Jenkins in first with a 14.71, but if there's anything you've learned from watching these events, all it takes is one good jump, as Shalom Alotu proved earlier today, to really change the event and change history.
Trade you, big rig.
Okay.
Come on, man.
I get it. Yeah, I get it.
While we're waiting for the next minute or so for them to finish sweeping and clearing the pits and evening things out, let's take an updated look at the team scores from the overall events. On the men's side, South Dakota has taken the lead in the team scores at 119. South Dakota State right behind them at 118. North Dakota State in third with 102. On the women's side in the team points, North Dakota State in first, 114. South Dakota behind them at 96. South Dakota State right behind is 76. So here comes Tabla, and we are ready to go here in the finals. Waiting measurement for Tabla on his first attempt. So 13.45 for Tabla, so it does not pass his mark from the initial rounds. So Will Hansen Up next from St. Thomas, sitting at a 13.61 in 8th place. Needs to get a 13.85 or better to jump up the standings. Faults on that attempt to start his event. So now Sage Hagan, never lacking confidence, trying to pump up the crowd and pump himself up. Here comes Sage Hagan, currently in 7th place at 13.84. Sage trying to get the crowd going here. And Sage faults. So Sage will remain in 7th place. Up next, Jaden Green, his South Dakota teammate. South Dakota with the most representatives here in this final round with 3. Comes Jaden Green trying to get the crowd going himself, sitting at a mark of 14.0. So Jaden Green's attempt draws the white flag. We will see how long that comes in. Again, he's sitting in 6th place with a 14.0. And Green logs a 13.78, so not enough to top his mark currently. Remains in 6th place. Now comes Tristan Hanna from South Dakota State, sitting in 5th place. Tristan Hanna's season-long mark is 14.36. Can he get close to that here? Or at least get above a 14.04 to move up in the standings? So awaiting measurement for Hanna. Again, he needs 14.04 or better to move up. And he comes in short of that, 13.36, or 13.66, excuse me. So now Trey Manning in 4th place with 14.03, up for the Jackrabbits. Here's Trey. That one looks really nice. Is it going to count? And the white flag is up. Now let's see what Manning comes in at. Some good reaction on that one, and it looks very promising. Now we wait to see. Is it going to be enough to at least bump him up above 4th place, but maybe even more? Had some nice long strides in those jumps, and it's going to be a 14.03. So the exact mark that brought him into the finals is what he logs on his first attempt. So no improvement in the standings for Manning. The top 3 remaining the same. And in 3rd place, here comes Brandon Lewis from North Dakota State. Lewis, again, the defending champion from last year and the long jump champion from yesterday. Looking to follow that up with a triple jump championship. So we'll wait to see what Lewis got on that one. Again, currently in 3rd place. A 14.52 for Lewis. That bumps him up into 2nd place. So nice job by Lewis to at least move up into 2nd on his first try here in the final rounds. Now Kemuel Sloan, who was in 2nd, now dropped down to 3rd thanks to Brandon Lewis. Had a 14.31 mark that brought him into the finals, and here comes Sloan from Oral Roberts. So waiting to see what Sloan comes in with. Sloan logs a 14.06, not enough to move him up. He will remain in 3rd place. Now Jenkins still holding on to that top spot. Rounding out the first round of the finals here comes Jenkins from South Dakota. And a 14.19 for Jacob Jenkins. So the standings have shifted a little bit after that first round. We'll begin the second round here with Tabla from Oral Roberts. We'll get back to the live standings here once I get them pulled up here. But Tabla is up to start round 2. Now Tabla appears to have that jump. Waiting to see, the white flag is up. Tabla will get that measured. Sitting in 9th place. Trying to jump up into a spot where he can earn Oral Roberts some points in the finals here. Tabla checks in with a 13.41, not enough to move him in the second try. quick update of the standings. Jenkins in first, Lewis in second, Sloan third, Manning fourth, Hannah fifth, Green sixth, Hagan seventh, Hanson eighth, and Tabla still in ninth. Those are your standings after the first round and Tabla's second attempt here. Still plenty of time for those standings to change. Here's Hanson getting ready for St. Thomas. So Hanson awaits the measurement there. And Hanson checks in with a 13.17, not enough to move him up. Now Sage Hagan up for the Coyotes. Sage getting the crowd pumped up yet again. He faulted on his first try. Currently in seventh with a 13.84. And we'll see how Sage improves here. So Hagan logs a 13.05, well short of the mark he currently sits at. So nothing will change there. He'll stay in seventh. Now Jaden Green, his South Dakota teammate. Jaden Green, like his teammates like that one. We'll see what that measurement comes in at. And that was going to count with a white flag. Green feels really good about that one. Now it's just only a matter of time until we find out what that measurement is going to be. But it looks very promising for the Coyotes. Acting as if it's going to be a big improvement. He needs to get above a 14.71 if he wants to get into the finals. It's a 14.33 for Jaden Green. So a 14.33 knocks Jaden Green into the top three for South Dakota. Into third place. Nice job there by Green. So now the Coyotes have two athletes in that top three. Now Tristan Hanna up for the Jackrabbits. And that is a personal mark on the season for Jaden Green, coming into this with a 14.25. He beat his season best today with that 14.33. Now comes Hanna. Waiting on Hannah's measurement, currently in 6th place with a mark of 14.0. And a 14.6 for Tristan Hannah. That's going to be enough to bump him up into 5th place. So some good improvement there by Hannah to get him up into 5th. And that is going to bump Trey Manning, his teammate, down to 6th. And speaking of Manning, he is up next. So here comes his teammate to try and leap back up. And we'll wait to see. And Manning faults on that one, jumping just ahead of that second line. So Manning fails that attempt. Down to the last 3 in this second round. Here's Brandon Lewis, who currently sits in 2nd place. With a 14.52 in his first run, that launched Lewis up to 2nd. Let's see if he can top Jacob Jenkins and get above a 14.71. Now here comes Lewis. So Lewis in 2nd place, awaiting his distance to see where that comes in at. Again, needs a mark above 14.71 to jump past Jenkins. And that one comes in at a 14.43, so does not improve his standing there. Here comes Kemuel Sloan, who has been bumped down to 4th place thanks to Jaden Green's big jump. So we'll see what Kemuel has in his bag here to try and get back into the top 3. And his teammates really love that one. Let's see what Sloan comes in at.
14.22.
1422 for Kemuel. 1422. 1422. All right.
Now, Director takes the vote for the results of the women's 200 dash. In 3rd place,
Sloan will need a mark of 14.34 or higher to jump up, and he does not get that. He registers a 14.22. So it's short of his best mark today. So Jacob Jenkins still sitting in that 1st place spot. Jenkins at a 14.71. Jenkins faults on his 2nd attempt, so no potential to improve his spot there. So here we go. We're now in the 3rd round. Updated standings: Jenkins in 1st, Lewis in 2nd, Green in 3rd, Sloan in 4th, Hannah in 5th, Manning in 6th, Hagan in 7th, Hansen in 8th. and Tabla in 9th. These are your updated standings, and this is the final round of the triple jump finals. Every athlete has one more chance to change up the standings and climb their way towards a championship. Here comes Tabla. And Tabla will fault on that one. So Tabla is going to finish his day in 9th place and outside of those standings, and will not earn points for Oral Roberts in the overall team count. Will Hansen up next for St. Thomas. So Hansen sitting in 8th place. He's going to need a mark of 13.84 or higher to move up above 8th. So waiting a distance on Hansen's jump. Still measuring on Hansen, still waiting for that final distance. And Hansen logs a 12.94. So Hansen finishes his day in 8th place and solidifies that spot for St. Thomas. So now Sage Hagan for South Dakota needs a 14.04 or higher to move up beyond 7th place. So Hagan finishes that last try with a 13.27. Will not bump him up, so he will finish in 7th place. So far, nothing changing in the standings as of this 3rd round. Now Jaden Green for South Dakota. Logged a 14.33 in his last try and sits in 3rd place on the standings. We'll see if Jaden Green can improve on that, maybe jump into 2nd. So 14.00 for Jaden Green. The score that brought him into the finals is the one that he'll leave with, but at a 14.3, he's in 3rd place and in a comfortable spot there for South Dakota. Now we have Tristan Hanna for South Dakota State, sitting in 5th place. And Hannah catches the fault on that attempt, so he'll finish with a 14.06 and remains in 5th place for the moment. So now Trey Manning in 6th place, looking to jump up.
We can do it. We can do it.
Manning with a mark of 14.03, which brought him into the finals, and that was the mark he got on his first try, faulted on his second try. Now his last chance to climb up the standings. And Manning, that one looks really nice. Got a nice reaction on the side from his South Dakota State teammates. White flag is up now. We just got to wait to see what that measurement will look like. But Manning feels good about it. His coach feels good about it. And we'll find out what that comes in at. Again, the first place mark for Jenkins right now is 14.71. So that's the mark that Manning is looking for if he wants to jump up. A 14.41, and Manning jumps into the top 3. Trey Manning with a 14.41 snatches 3rd place from Jaden Green. What a day for Trey Manning in South Dakota State. A 14.41. From a guy who coming into this day did not have a measurement on the triple jump in the Summit League. Now Brandon Lewis for North Dakota State sitting in 2nd, seeing if he can jump his way into that top spot. So Brandon Lewis, as he awaits that score, came up a little hobbled on his left ankle. So hopes to be okay. 14.52 on that measurement, so a pretty good mark there. Actually matches his best mark on the day. But that keeps him in 2nd place. Now one more threat to the throne for Jacob Jenkins, and that's Kemuel Sloan. Kemuel Sloan in 5th place. He's going to need a mark of 14.72 or higher to keep Jenkins from taking 1st. Here's Sloan. Promising jump there. Let's see what the measurement comes in at. White flag is up. Again, Sloan in 5th place with a mark of 14.31. He can still move up into the top 3. If he wants to move into the top 3, he needs a score of 14.42 or better. If he wants to jump all the way up to 1st, it's 14.72 or better. 14.43, Kemiel Sloan jumps into the 3rd place spot. He knocks Trey Manning out of 3rd. Kemiel Sloan will finish 3rd place in this event. And that is going to lock up a 1st place spot for Jacob Jenkins here on his last try. Jenkins will make this run, but it won't matter. We have the finals settled. And Jenkins just going for a personal mark here. Jenkins faults on that one. So we have it final here for the men's triple jump. Jacob Jenkins takes home the crown with a 14.71 meter jump. Brandon Lewis finishes in 2nd with a 14.52. And Kemuel Sloan snatches 3rd place for Oral Roberts with a 14.43 on his last try. That rounds out your top 3 and your podium for the men's triple jump. So Jenkins, Lewis, and Sloan in the top 3. The rest of the standings, Trey Manning for the Jackrabbits in 4th. Jaden Green for South Dakota in 5th. Tristan Hanna for South Dakota State in 6th. Sage Hagan for South Dakota in 7th. Will Hansen for St. Thomas in 8th place, and Tabla finishing 9th place. That was an exciting end to a day of triple jump events. Now let's look at the team point counts and which schools will be getting some points from this triple jump event. Jenkins is going to bring 10 points to South Dakota. Lewis will bring 8 points to North Dakota State. Sloan is going to bring 6 points to Oral Roberts. Manning is going to bring 5 points for South Dakota State. Jaden Green is going to bring 4 points for South Dakota. Tristan Hanna is going to bring 3 points for South Dakota State. Sage Hagan is going to bring 2 points for South Dakota. And Will Hansen will bring 1 point to St. Thomas. What a fun day today. Jacob Jenkins, your triple jump champion for the men's side. Shalom Olotu, the women's champion for triple jump. Shalom Olotu also taking the long jump yesterday, and Brandon Lewis took the long jump yesterday. So thank you for tuning in for the triple jump events here at the Pollard Athletics Center in Grand Forks. But we still got plenty more to come here at the Summit League Indoor Track and Field Championship. So head on to that Summit League Championship website, find our live video links, and we have plenty of other action live streamed across all the cameras we have set up here in the building. This has been Chad O'Shea broadcasting for you with UND Athletics. Thank you for tuning in, and stick with us for more action across the Summit League Championships here in Grand Forks.